Hello. How are we all doing today? I ate far too much food. Like far too much food. Today we're playing Project Zomboid. Because I switched to build 41 last time, playing with my friends, and switched to build 42, I have to make all my things work, and we're going to see if my save even exists. Yeah. So, yeah, without further ado, hello Democratic Jumper. We will get right into the gaming. But yeah, hello, my name's Aquas episode 29, Tristan, Dad's a lot, whatever you like to call me. I do a variety of content, but usually I do gaming and I talk to people on the internet. Hello, welcome. I try to make this a safe place for everybody, but I do talk about sensitive subjects such as politics, theology, religion, and philosophy. So welcome in and hello. Fahrenheit. Okay, let us see. God, that's loud. Okay, I have to turn that down. God, that's loud. Oh. Hello, I'm hello is speaking Cyrillic. I don't speak Cyrillic. But I'm curious. Vitamin social experiment. A vitamin social experiment. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to take with that one. Okay. Vitamins, but I in Russia. Yes. I figured the Cyrillic was in Russian. Hello. Hello. Hello, I'm hello. Once again, it's just a little loud. Sound volume, the music volume is down. Jump scare SFX volume. We'll hope that that works. Just let me know if the sound is too loud, by the way, chat. Wow, that's a lot of zombies. This should be Survivin, I guess. The straight razor is broken. I don't know why the straight razor is broken, but the straight razor is broken. Yippee. Big group over there. Big group over there. Oh right, I'm legally not allowed to die when I have this on my kitchen table. I am legally not allowed to die. When I have that on my kitchen table, I'm not allowed to die until I use all of it. The main problem is just weapon acquisition. We're not in a good place to get a lot of weapons. To find a crowbar. Then again, our skill, yeah, if we find a crowbar, I'm not sure. We have a lot of zombies here, right next to our base. Not sure how much is out here. There are 2 sheds here, so maybe if I can make my way to there, that'd be good. My main problem is just the fact that sprinters exist. What nasty weapon. You know what I can do is I can build, like, I can find some tree branches, maybe. Ah! You're not legally allowed to follow me. You're not legally allowed to follow me. Okay. We'll rest here, watch our show, and then, we have carpentry level 3. I don't want to sound strange, but I want to spread the word vitamins are stronger than 6 to 7 translator. Are you 12? Are you perhaps 12? Oh god, that's a lot of zombies. Can you stop harassing my chickens? Okay. We have to use this for now. Hopefully, this handle lasts. But we need to start killing all these zombies in our immediate vicinity. Does a lot of damage. Not necessarily trained in it, but it's damage. God, this is slow. Alright, that's a lot of zombies. I am not pleased by this development. Level 0 weapons suck. Come now. Off-screen rendering. Show the survival guide on startup. Font size, context menu. Cool game, by the way. Yeah, this is a good game. It's one of my favorites. All of my stuff has been removed, so... There we go. This is the thing that I need to depress. Finally, you are playing this game. Yeah. I mean, I play it often. I guess I've been playing Slay the Spire 2 a bit. Hi, Philam. I found a bando. How dare. Hopefully my chickens aren't dying to exhaustion. Why do these guys want my chickens? Stop messing with my chickens. My nickname for you is Zaddy Qua. Okay.
Hey.
Alright, I will pet the god cat. Give me a second. Hug your cat. Oh yeah. Yeah. The people have requested you. The people have requested you. Back into it.
Hey.
The model for that is wrong. Okay. Hopefully. Hopefully, now, my chickens will stop being as terrified. That's a lot of zombies. That is an unfortunate amount of zombies. Alright. We're going to go over to here, grab everything we can, bring it over, because there's probably some weapons that we can use. We can always grab new, more specialized tools later. We just have to use them now for weaponry. We will just have to use this now for weaponry. Also, tell me if the game is too loud, by the way. I do need to know. I think it's fine? Good. Odin, what are you doing? Will you not kill me? Why is it with Project Zomboid? I can do this with Slay the Spire. But with Project Zomboid, you have to come in. Why? You can't be on the keyboard. He's deciding what he wants to do. Okay. He has decided not to bug me. Avon LePage, how you doing? I'm back. Hey, back. I'm dead. He likes zombies. He likes killing me is what he likes to do. From yesterday. Yes, I believe I've seen you around a bit. How you doing? Well, there's no weapons here, really. Want to see something? What am I seeing? I guess there's a steel bar. Oh wait, there's a steel bar. I can do that. I can use that. It's a weapon. Not even that bad of a weapon. I'm having beaver housing crisis. What is a beaver housing crisis? Bro, search this up. Did you just send me the coordinates for Jeffrey Epstein's island? The Biblioteca Pinacote Accademia Ambrosiana. In Milan, Italy. Okay. What's special about this? It's a monument? Oh. I have to go to Street View? How do I go to Street View? There we go. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a big middle finger. That's funny. Yeah, I see it. It's a big-ass middle finger. That's amusing. I wonder why that was built. Ban? Nah. It's funny. You like it? It's a funny statue to have. Italy has such a weird history. We want punishment. We want a public execution. Good thing you guys aren't in charge. It's a good thing you're not in charge, Alan. $100 zombies. 50 zombies a day already. Wow, okay. I thought I was being fairly peaceful, but we've already killed like 50 zombies today. 50 zombies in 2 days. Like 50 zombies a day. Anyways, I should probably switch to this and just have this as a backup. Because going like this... Wait! This is... Hello, I'm back. Hello. I'm glad you're back. Wait, this is a two-handed weapon? It is a two-handed weapon. Hell yeah. Bonk. 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 Go down, please. So there's not much up here. Well, there's a little bit. Bonk. It feels like I'm doing, like, 0 damage. And this concerns me. Ah! I didn't even hear that sprinter come up. I didn't even hear that sprinter. That's not very fair at all. It saw me, didn't it? Yeah, it did. I knew it hurt me. I knew it saw me. Like, I'm like, there's no way I'm sneaking past it. Odin, now is not the time. Odin, now is not the time. You guys do this and it's like, oh, it's only 1 to 2 zombies. I go into a place and there are like 50. That's because I know where they all are and I've already killed 100 zombies in this area. Literally. My kill count for 2 days is over 100. And I just had to run. Believe me, I'm playing on very scary settings. You can't make it past 3 days. You have to take it slower. You can't rush it. It's a car, yes. And let me get Odin. Let me get Odin more into view. There we go. But yeah, you just have to take it slower. You have to figure out, when it comes to loot, you also have to figure out, like, what's actually important, what's not important. Starts to starve. Especially with the standard, like, apocalypse settings, there's a lot of food. Like, a lot more food than you realize. Right? You just, like, and you can survive off 1 can of food a day. Your character can survive off 1 can of food a day. Right? For a while. Obviously, they'll eventually need to fatten up, but, like, when it comes to, like, food, there's a lot more food than you realize. Food is not the greatest concern at the beginning of the game. Food is actually probably one of the least of your concerns. Are you talking to me? I have both my Twitch and YouTube chats running right now. Hello. Can openers you can basically find in like 50% of kitchens. So 50% of kitchens you can find a can opener. You can also open up cans with a knife. The most important early game thing you need is a weapon. Because the most immediate threat to you are zombies. Your most immediate threat are zombies. So you need a weapon to be able to do a few things. A, clear out a base location. Because one of the rules is, if you are not used to fighting in this game, do not take on more than 1 zombie with your bare hands. If you are used to fighting zombies, don't take on more than 2. And if you're as experienced as me, you can sometimes get away with taking on 3 at a time. But never more than that. If I don't have a weapon, I do not take on more than 3. I have to retreat. If I can. Odin. Right? You have to create a few rules for yourself for this game. Everybody has kind of slightly different rules because there's kind of different play styles.
Also, that truck is loud.
You need to... You're going to have to create rules. Like, when it comes to zombies, you have to be slow and methodical. Especially when it comes to taking out groups, right? You go up, you crouch, you get a little bit, and then you draw them away. Right? Believe me, I have seen far worse luck. You do not need a crazy amount of luck to survive this. You can consistently survive... unless you're playing on the settings I am, you can survive consistently for at least a week. Frightful4_TTV. XJW? Yes, I'm a former XJW. Wait, that's a cat? I thought that was a blanket. Close enough. It's pretty close. Yeah, I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness. A former couple. I didn't see you. Weapon is first, right? Frying pan are good, griddle pans are good. Always check the kitchen. Clearly my YouTube algorithm wants me to know about JWs then. I mean, you can ask as many questions as you like. I'm sorry, but I have to go. It's 10 p.m. All right, have a good one. Hello. So should you spend the first days working on strength after getting a weapon? No. You shouldn't be exercising at all for... I'm under the impression you should never exercise in this game for the first week. You should only ever start exercising after the helicopter event. And reading, and also books. When it comes to books, there are very few skill books that you need to read right away. Very few. Maintenance is like one of the few skill books. Every other skill book you can kind of hold off on unless it's like carpentry. Maintenance is like the only skill book you should read. Carpentry, sometimes you can get away with reading too, just because you do carpentry, you can possibly do carpentry very easily, and because you're watching this, you can get, like, yeah, because then you can get at 6, 12, and 6 p.m., 6 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m., you can start watching the shows. And the shows give you experience, so if you have a carpentry book very early on, you can get a big boost to your carpentry skill. But yeah, every other form of books, if I need to wait like another hour before I go to bed, then I'll read it. Clover Maves' Designs. Hello from a fellow XJW. Hello, fellow XJW. Always good to see another one. How y'all doing today? But yeah, maintenance is one of the only ones that you read early just because you're going to be fighting a lot early. And so getting your maintenance skill up early is very nice. Maintenance is a very good skill. See, your first 3 days, for your first night, your first day should be entirely about trying to find a safe place to sleep, right? Finding a safe place to sleep at night is your biggest concern. That is your first day. Get a place to sleep. To do that, you're going to need a weapon to make sure that the area around you is safe. Preferably a second story. So avoid the spawn house. You can stay at the spawn house. The spawn house usually doesn't have zombies in it. Frightful underscores. If I remember correctly, Jehovah's Witnesses are all about like the apocalypses and stuff. So joke's income. He kind of rocketed that an XJW is playing a game about an apocalypse. I mean, I've always liked post-apocalypses because I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. I've always loved because I had a different view. Everybody was like, a lot of people are afraid of the apocalypse. I was waiting for it. I'm like, bring it on! Of course, now I think that's horrible because they're like, oh yeah, everybody who is not a Jehovah's Witness are going to die. And this old helmet, it's always good to see you. Oh god, hello, Sprinter. But the spawn house can be good, but it depends on where you are. Is it a trailer park? Yeah, spawn house ain't gonna be good. Is it a 2-story building in a nice, rich neighborhood? Then yeah, the spawn house is gonna be great. So like, even if you weren't going to paradise, you were just gonna like fight Jesus or something? No. I just like post-apocalypses, right? So I've always liked post-apocalypses. I've always found the ideas to be fascinating. I don't know why, just I'm wired that way. Little Morningstar, have you heard of XJW Panda on YouTube? Yes, but he's a little bit of a whiny bitch. Like, he does good work. I should preface this. He does good work. Also, I love your cat. Thank you. I appreciate Panda Tower. And the work he does, but the way he caused unnecessary drama on the XJW community was just like headache inducing. But I appreciate the work he does. It's similar to me with like Lloyd Evans, for instance. Lloyd Evans, I love the work he did. He helped me a lot for my waking up process. I don't like him. I don't like him as a person. If the apocalypse ever comes, I'll just ask myself, what would William Shatner do? Take a line of coke and then just go to sleep? Isn't that what he'd do? Have you heard of JW Thoughts? If so, what are your opinions on him? I like JW Thoughts. He's, once again, I love the work that he does. Very much appreciate the work he does. His commentary style is not exactly, like, my favorite way to do it. But I appreciate his work. He's, to me, a little bit less drama. He also, like, talks about stuff, like, very specific, like, he comes at it from a very, I like his more humanist angle. And I've liked what he's done. I'm gonna grab this box of screws. Because I'm pretty sure I can use it too, like that. Absolutely zero testosterone! That's not true. I at least have a little bit. Are you just jealous that I have more estrogen than you do? Oh! There are 2 shovels in here. Well, I have weapons. Hallelujah. I have weapons for a little while, actually. But yeah. At the end of the day, he's like the only reason I know what half of the JW religion is. I've even heard about the XJW, ICO, the Caleb and Sophia videos. Yeah, it's funny because the Caleb and Sophia videos are the things that a lot of people learn about because of how, like, ridiculous they are. Like, they are absolutely some of the scariest and the scariest forms of indoctrination you'll ever see. And just absolutely disgusting at the end of the day. That is a survivor. I want him. I hope he doesn't disappear by tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's some of the most disgusting forms of child indoctrination you'll find. But yeah, JW Thoughts is good. Wally, I'd like it. I'd love to have a chat with Wally. Some of the other XJWs, I wouldn't mind chatting with them, but I could also just be like, nah. I'd be like, take it or leave it. At that point, I could take it or leave it. But that doesn't negate the good work they've done. Like, I appreciate the work that they do. Because at the end of the day, nobody's perfect. It's one of the things that I learned growing. One of the things that I learned is, like, especially with, like, the whole Lloyd Evans debacle. It's like, oh yeah, he is just a person. With all the flaws that come with it. Right. He is just a person. So it was a good learning experience for me. You know, it'd be really funny if an apocalypse-style event does happen. The Anointed, I think they're called, just sit there doing nothing. I mean, so you have to understand, like, when it comes to the apocalypse, JWs think that, for the most part, they're not really participating in it, right? They're observers to it. So, for the most part, you are supposed to literally do nothing. Really? We wake up that early? Alright. The funny part would be if the apocalypse just ends and they're still just there watching. If there's going to be an apocalypse, it's entirely going to be man-made. Thoughts on Turkish barbershops? I don't know. I've never been to a Turkish barbershop. Odin, Modin, Stinky Bitty, Lady Baby, I love you. Yes, he's a little baby. Oh, that feels good. Radish. I've been to a barbershop in Turkey. I have never been to Turkey, so the furthest outside of the country I've ever been is United States. Been to Florida. Oh, that's not the amount of zombies I want you to bring in. I heard that the governing body called babies the little enemies of God. Yeah, so there's a very infamous line where one of the governing... Not all the governing body says that. It was specifically a talk made by one of the governing bodies. Basically the idea is to show that God has the right to destroy life, right? Like, that's the entire justification for it. To be like, hey, God has the right to remove life, right? And babies can become little enemies of God. Jesus. Every time I see a fucking sprinter. Every time I get spooked. Oh, and there's... how did a zombie get all the way... No! They broke my gate back here! No, my gate! I once went to an anime convention, saw a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses on the way there, turned around the corner, and Jesus fucking Jesus. It's funny because Jehovah's Witnesses do not, like, yes, Jesus is important, but Jesus is also not God, right? To JWs. It has been raining since day fucking one. It has been raining for 3 days. I want to see if I can find that survivor zombie. Is he just like there or something? So yeah, so JWs think that Jesus was... First of all, they think that Jesus had a pre-human existence. They think that Jesus was Michael the Archangel before he came down. And became Jesus, to be a sacrificial person, right? He is the Son of God, he is not God. He is the most important man to ever live. Which is kind of amusing, because, like, there are some, like, if you do take a look at biblical scholarly, like, Jesus never directly said he was God. Either. Oh god. So in that way, they could... I mean, at that point, it's potato, potato. Like... Odin, your paw's in the way. God, that's a lot of sprinters. They fought 3 sprinters in one day. Not even one day, like a couple hours. That is too many sprinters for my liking. New patch this. It's going well. It's awful. So technically, Jesus in the JW Doctrine is just like a dude who existed, then became human, then died. He wasn't just a dude. He was Michael the Archangel, the foremost angel of God. The first creation of God. Then he became human and then died, then God resurrected him. And now he'll become the king of heaven for 1,000 years. So, he's important, but, you know. So the first dude. Yes, he was the first dude. They call him the original Adam. I heard someone closer. Adam Mark 1? Yes. Oh god, really? How many fucking sprinters do I have to face? How many? And they're going after my chickens again on this side. But why? Stop going after my chickens. Stop touching my chickens. It's not fair. You have a satchel. With nothing in it. Every time I clear out an area, I fucking have to deal with more and more zombies because I'm also That's another sprinter. I feel like if you replace Joel with literally any fictional character, the entire thing just sounds really funny. I feel like you could do that with any religion. I feel like there's not a single religion you can do, can't do that with. I solved my beaver homelessness crisis. Oh wait, are you playing that beaver game where you control a bunch of beavers? Like the colony of beavers? My ex really like that game. Little water rats. Like our Lord Invader Zim. I mean, to be fair, Zim is just as horrifying of a creature as Yahweh is. Zim is just as horrifying as Yahweh. If put into a position of power. I fucking love Invader Zim, though. Zim is just as horrifying because short and Greek and voiced by Richard Hortz. Well, like, okay. I think about the episode where he steals, hello. I think about the episode where he steals organs from the children to be, like, pretend to be one of them. And I feel like that can be drawn on allegories by the fact that Yahweh impregnated a underage girl. Based on the story. He stole her organs for his use. There's similarities to be found there. What? Mary. Mary was considered to be a virgin. Virgins would not be adults. They would be usually, the word used for there would probably be anywhere between 12 to 16, maybe 18 if you're lucky, but not like that. Like, I just remember how screwed up the Jehovah's Witness stories are. What the hell? No, that. Which episode of what? Invader Zim, where he steals the organs of children to try to blend in because they were doing tests and he was worried about not blending in with the children. So he started stealing all the kids' organs and replacing them with other things. Invader Zim. And then he, like, at the end of it, he had like 3 stomachs, 3 hearts, 5 lungs, all that nonsense. I can't believe it was a kid's show. I can't believe it's a kid's show, Alex, for 500. Okay, we'll come back to this. Because I can't see the survivor zombie that I wanted. So we'll come back. Yes. So we'll come back to this and that. You can really make any storyline a part of a kid's show if you just slap a little green alien on the cover. Yeah, pretty much. Or Odin. It's like if Mickey Mouse was a Breaking Bad adaptation. Aren't they making... have they finished making the Mickey Mouse war film? Or not Mickey Mouse, the Steamboat Willie. What kind of cat is that? It's a European Longhair. Mixed with American Shorthair. In dog terms, he's a mutt. Does it have long or short hair? Pick one. He's got long hair, just his father had short hair. He's the best cat ever? Yeah. Odin is amazing. His father had short hair. His father was completely black and had short hair. I've been to this house? I have not. Okay. So everything in this is free game. I would like to go inside this house, though. Ooh, gold watch. So his father was a cat and his mother was a cat? Yeah. His mother was pure white. She was a European, like fully European. Are you fecking kidding me? Another fecking alarm? Okay. Just gotta hide. Capitalism is the best. Right. It's totally not responsible for killing a bunch of people. Late stage capitalism is totally not responsible for killing a bunch of people. If you think capitalism is the best, then I have really bad news for you. It's not. I'm not saying communism is the best either, because no political system and economic system that mankind has ever created is the best. Because they both have their flaws, they all have their weaknesses, they all have their things where they will fall apart. And we see that capitalism, especially in America, is falling apart because the richest of the rich are hoarding wealth, which is anathema to capitalism itself. Anyways. Capitalism is like a 30s cartoon. Remember what Scrooge McDuck said. Scrooge McDuck said that money needs to keep flowing. All economic models end up doing the same thing. Yeah. Pretty much. Just have to defend my home. See a mass migration of zombies. Can you stop wandering around? Says the same about fruit. Of which capitalism created a fruit company that was horrifying. Where is this fucking zombie? The Great Replacement is true. No, it's not. It's literally not. A Great Replacement is one of those things that is like some of the most racist things you can say, because they're like, oh, they're trying to replace us with dumber people. Are people with a different skin color inherently dumber than white people? No! Are they more easier to be controlled? No! They're human! They are just as human as you! The only real difference they have is they have a different culture. And even then, that culture does not mean that they're going to, like, bend over. I mean, look at the recent, like, one of the big toilet paper company fires that was just happened. That was started by a brown guy. Do you think that guy is easier to control because he's brown? Great Replacement is not only dumb, but it's also just pure racism. They rely on cheap foreign labor, which is the concerning thing? Yeah. That's fair. But that's not the Great Replacement. That's not the Great Replacement in the way that racists want it to be. Immigrating for cheap foreign labor is a different thing entirely than what these people are talking about. These are the people that are mad that they wake up in the morning and see that immigrants exist. And that people with different ideas and cultures and religions and tastes exist. Those are the kinds of people. or just really dumb people think that the Great Replacement is true. You take your pick which one you think is thick. Which one is which? Which is which? We just all become vegetables. Why do you always prescribe my motives without arguing the points? Okay. The Great I told you what's wrong with the Great Replacement. The Great Replacement is not true for a couple different reasons. A, the idea that, which I already discussed, race has no indication on your ability to control another people. Number two, the Great Replacement is not true because it hasn't, the entire motive of bringing in cheap foreign labor has nothing to do with the culture, skin color. It's about cheap foreign labor, because then you're able to put these people into a position where it's effectively modern day slavery. Look at Saudi Arabia. That's legal slavery. In the United States and in Canada, they have to do it different ways. Next, the Great Replacement is not true because this is not some grand conspiracy that these people are trying to do. What's happening is several different corporations see that they can make a buck by immigrating immigrating people using work visas and then working them to death for half the price. It has nothing to do with them working together to create that system. It was a abused system, right? The elite are abusing the system. And number 4, the Great Replacement is not true because immigration can exist. Immigration does exist. And without immigrants, a lot of countries, a lot of first world countries would fall apart. Now, granted, you can have too much. You can have too much immigration because then you start, hurting the local economies. You start hurting the local ecosystems, economic ecosystems that have been created. Those are entirely different than Great Replacement. Wait, what are you guys arguing about? This guy, Brixar, is saying the Great Replacement is true. And I'm telling him, and then he tried to say that I am trying to prescribe motives without arguing the point. So I showed 4 different points why his argument is stupid. I thought you were anti-capitalist, then you shouldn't be against illegal immigration. Who said I was for illegal immigration? Now who's the one that's prescribing motives without arguing my points? Now who's doing it? What's the Great Replacement? Real quick, it's essentially the idea, it's a conspiracy theory where a bunch of people think that, especially in the United States and in the West, like Germany, Canada, those places, that the government and or powerful elites people have devised a cunning strategy to replace the white man with different colored people because those different colored people are easier to control. And therefore, they can put more exerting control over humanity by getting rid of white people. In other words, really fecking dumb. And I'm so happy that you have never heard of it until now. I just brought up that because that's why and how immigration should be regulated. It forces any employer to pay and give benefits, same as citizens, to lower the incentives to hire cheap labor. I agree. Also, are used as political tool to get loyalty from power and to stay in power. Yep. Wait, I was texting a friend. Did you say people think that other people are getting replaced by other races? Yes. White people, specifically. Of course, also, other nationalities have their own versions of it. Like in China, they feel that way occasionally. But slightly different. Well, that's stupid. I agree. I also agree that is racist. There is something to be said that you can have an overabundance of immigration. You can. That is possible. But for the most part, especially like where I grew up, where I live, Canada, it has nothing to do with the people that are being brought in. It has everything to do with how people are abusing, like corporations are abusing the system to bring in cheap labor that they can't say no to. Also, why do people think I want illegal immigration to be illegal? Because they assume that if you don't believe the same way they do, then you are against illegal immigration. So it's just really funny that this Bricks R is trying so hard to say, oh, you're trying to ascribe motive when I'm not doing anything. It's just like, you're doing the same thing to me. You're doing like, I didn't do it to you for one. I even re-explained my position just so that I could get through his head. My conclusion is that it's dangerous because are used to get profit and power. Yeah. Once again, corporations are evil. They should never have been given the rights of people. Especially in the US. Why do I hear a zombie? Oh, but yeah. Corporations should never have been given the same rights as people, or should never have been legally considered a person. Period. One of the earliest business lawsuits in American history. Like, I don't like Henry IV, but hypocrisy is always such a common tactic for those kinds of people. It's very strange. Well, yeah. The reason why hypocrisy is so full with them is because their worldview is very narrow. It's very, very narrow. They're not aware of how things work possibly in other parts of the world, or just how things can work. They've got a very specific view of everything. Which allows them to get caught up in their own thoughts. I saw someone try and tell me illegal immigrants shouldn't be allowed in this country because they're illegal. I agree that they shouldn't do it illegally, and then they still argued against me. It's because they want to pin all problems on immigrants and not the system that they live in. Did I just see two sprinters? They want to come to this conclusion that if they got rid of all the illegal immigrants, it would solve all their problems. It wouldn't solve any of their problems. Like, that's the funny thing, is like, even if they could magically do it, it wouldn't solve the problem. myself, am I any better than this? I can't tell. Also, I saw a comment under a video of an American in the UK because he couldn't go there because they help immigrants. He's an immigrant. Yeah. Oh, I know Brixar is an American. Which explains, like, his general, like, knowledge, why his general knowledge of things is so, bad. I'm not trying to sound racist or anything, but you aren't going to find people like that outside of America that isn't under the age of 14. I mean, there are some, like, pretty bad conservative parties, but I'm noticing that in a lot of other parts of the world, people's reaction to seeing Trump win is like, oh God, we don't love that. It's like one of the part of Trump is like a big part of the reason why the Conservative Party of Canada lost. Like, the Liberal Party of Canada was so deeply unpopular by so many people. And then when they saw that Pierre Poilievre was doing the same tactics as Trump, and they saw that Pierre Poilievre was very positive towards Trump, and all Canadians were like, no, we don't want that. And they lost, and they're still losing. Like, the Liberal Party of Canada is continuing to gain power. Which I just find to be endlessly amusing. Trump is so weird because everyone I know can do nearly perfect impression of him. Well, you can't. If he is one thing, he is, you know, he is well known. For better or for worse, he is well known. If all immigrants were deported back to their home country, life would improve drastically because they wouldn't hate the country they live in. Do you think that immigrants, like all... Okay, so here's your first problem. You said immigrants. Not like illegal immigrants, not like, you know, other immigrants. You said immigrants. Do you think all immigrants hate the country they're in? Really? Are you that dumb? Are you that dumb? You know, I've noticed that literally everything I watch is a debate now, and whatever. I mean, for the most part, like I'm fine with having conversations, but other people want to turn it into a debate, which, you know, I show it. Vampire Crawlers is available now. Ooh. Why'd I say Americans? I don't know. I meant immigrants. I don't think Pixar knows that America was founded by Americans. Do we just literally... Yeah. Once again, the worldview is very small. Is very small. Their understanding of history, the world around them is very small. And also their lack of empathy. Their inability to look at other people's perspectives makes it very difficult for them to see things as well. I've seen a few white people try to argue that descendants of immigrants need to be... So, like, yeah. It's very unfortunate. Because at the end of the day, it's just literally racism. And what people think is like, oh, they're a biological reality. Oh, let me wake up. It's just like, race doesn't actually exist beyond the social convention. Got a nice hat, sir. It's too bad that I'm not a hat person. USA was not founded by immigrants, it was founded by settlers. Rixar, what is the fucking difference? Like, do you think that the settlers came here and found nobody? Did the settlers come in here and find 0 people existing? Really? What's the difference between settler and immigrant? Does this guy think he's Christians? Roman Catholics exposed? Brixar? I believe he identifies as Christian. At the end of the day, anybody who identifies as Christian is a Christian. If we take away race from society, there would just be people, and those people may be different colors, but does that really... No, it doesn't. Race doesn't actually exist beyond the social convention. Biologically, race does not exist. Sounds like a pagan to me. Pagans are nicer than Christians. Wait, so if the USA was stolen 300 or 100 years ago, there aren't immigrants in 2026 sailing land? Are immigrants coming in and giving diseases to people? Like, are they intentionally spreading smallpox? Are they coming in and trying to actively shoot? And if you think so, you're more racist than I thought. Like, do you think they're actively coming in, like, oh wait, you believe in the Great Replacement? Of course you do. No, your ancestors were far worse than the immigrants of today. That's a historical fact. They are coming to take from the system, 100%. No. Once again, you are conflating all immigrants together. You're not even trying to hide behind illegal immigrants anymore. You're just saying immigrants. You don't know the story of everybody. I'll even throw you a bone. There are 100% people that immigrate to a country to exploit the system. Did you know that Americans are immigrating to Ireland at a stronger rate than the Irish immigrating to America? Do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? Because they get better tax benefits. Because they don't get the same income tax. So Americans are immigrating to abuse the system so they don't have to pay taxes. Do you think that's bad? There. You don't sound like a Christian? Oh no, he definitely sounds like a Christian to me. Sounds like a Christian nationalist. Some of the worst kinds. Where Jesus Christ teaches that? I mean, once again, I can show you. Sounds like a Christian. I mean, I'm not saying a lot of Christians base all their beliefs on verses that are not there. Yes, I am a Christian nationalist. You get out of here, fascist. I actually don't want you in. Anybody who self-reports as a Christian nationalist, I don't want in here. Ew. Get out of here, chat fascist. Get out of here. Get out. And it's a person saying they're a Christian nationalist is like the same as me telling them they are a fascist. So I'm like, no. Feck that noise. Hello, Vexed. Anyways, I don't allow fascists to have a voice in my chat. Fascists don't get a voice. I mean, I'd be careful invoking the Bible for any moral victory myself, because there are always going to be problems associated with that. Oh wait, is this open now? If you want to take away voices, you get your voice taken away. Simple as that. Yeah, I don't allow fascists into my chat. Simple as. Christ gave the parable of the Good Samaritan, and we're not supposed to mislead people. He also said to be like slaves, so. Not that I dislike Christianity, but I don't know. I find that Christians have a hard leg to ascend on. Mahav, you have asked this question every single time. When does it become funnier? Fascism is better than communism? No. They're both equally as bad. They're both as bad as each other. There is no difference in how bad they are. They are both authoritarian pieces of garbage. No, fascism is not better than communism. They are both equally as bad. The only reason why fascism doesn't get anywhere ahead of life is because it kills everybody. Makes enemies with everybody, inevitably has to fight everybody, causing untold misery and pain and suffering. Communism can be a little bit more insular and therefore survive in a political alignment that's against it. Communism is a classless, moneyless society. I'm not a communist, but Jesus Christ, you can't go fascist. Yeah, like, that's throwing a person a bone. It's just like, yeah, the idea of communism is better than fascism. Like, if fascism was done as perfectly as the leaders of it, let's say Mussolini wanted it, fascism is better than socialism. Are you a fascist? Oh yeah, bud? Are you a fascist? Are you saying that Brick under a different name? No, he's not. It's a different guy. I wonder if Oh Yeah Bud is Brick under a different name. But here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Oh Yeah Bud. Do you think a society where people get to have their needs met, own the means of production, are in a classless, moneyless society, all working together to achieve a better, harmonious society, is better than another person, one group of people being able to overpower other groups of people, where corporatism and technocratic corporatism is in charge of the things, where militarization is the standard and not the necessary. Which of those two are better societies? They're all... I would love that world. And a world without cults. I agree. Unfortunately, I have people here saying that fascism is better than X. No. At best, you can say that they are equal in terms of horribleness. Not because of what socialism and communism stand for, because at the end of the day, socialism and communism is the idea that everybody should be treated equally, we should have more meritocracy, and that we should live in a world that caters to the people. Right? Now, granted, a lot of communist societies that have tried to implement communism have created some horrible, horrible, horrible societies. But Stalin was not a believer in communism. He was an ex-preacher. He was an ex-preacher that used his position to gain power and then used that authority to get everything. Now, granted, I'm not saying that communism has never been tried. That's not the point I'm trying to say. Communism is not something that you're going to be able to achieve, at least with our current societal development. You're just not going to be able to. But honestly, people, what is better? Super Earth? Or Star Trek? Sorry, the Federation from Star Trek. Which one is better? Right? Which one is better for the people? Socialism killed more people than fascism. Socialism has not. Remember, not all socialists are communists. All communists are socialists. But if you want to say that, if you want to put the death toll of all communist societies onto socialism, then I get to give the death toll of every single thing made by capitalism. I get to say all of the deaths that are happening right now in Ukraine and Russia are happening due to capitalism. I get to say that all of the deaths that are happening in the Iran war right now, currently, are happening to capitalism. I get to say that the banana republics and all the death of all the kids in Africa are caused by capitalism. I can do all of that if you're going to say that socialism has killed more people than fascism. Because the death total for capitalism is just as ridiculously high too. The only reason why fascism doesn't have a higher kill count is because it's like a virus. that kills its host before it's able to move on to another thing. That's disingenuous? No, it's not. It's reality. You're disingenuous by conflating socialism, all of socialism, and all of its ideas with specifically certain communist societies. That's disingenuous. That's disingenuous. Killed more of its own people, and capitalism has killed tons of its own people too. Like I said, the only reason why fascism hasn't killed more is because it's a virus that kills its host before it can move on to the next host. Fascism is always doomed to fail when it gets into power. But fascism will take so much of the system and its people down for it. Remember that when the Nazis took power in Nazi Germany, who were the ones they attacked first? Austria. And they didn't take that peacefully. They pretended they did, but they rolled in tanks and then forced a referendum. So, not to mention the Holocaust, not to mention the World War II that it started. So no, fascism is not better. It is, at best, as equal to communism, not socialism. Socialism is a very broad woodwork, right? Because Denmark, Norway, Sweden, they're all socialist, they all are democratic socialist societies. And they are some of the most, they are the most stable, happy, and progressive countries in the entire world. Chris, you are one of the few reasonable atheists on most issues. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not about religion. It's about humanity. I've talked about this before with people, where it's just like, I will protect the rights of freedom of religion because the rights of freedom of religion must be protected for the freedom to be an atheist. You can't have one without the other. Soviet Russia and Maoist China killed 200 million people. That's what happens when big, powerful countries push socialism. They pushed communism, not socialism. Two different things. You are conflating different things again. What is socialism? Oh yeah, bud. Because the actual definition of socialism is when the workers seize the means of production. It's not when government does things. All right? And so, if we take also, we have 12 million dead in American wars since World War II. That's just American wars, not even like American, like, policies, right? You got the Korean War, you got the Vietnamese and Indochina War, you got the chemical warfare, spraying Agent Orange. Are you streaming on another platform? Is YouTube being weird for me? Because I can't see half the messages. Make sure you're in live chat, not top chat, for one. And number two, I do have Twitch. Twitch is also open. Like, these are just the wars, not even their own people. Think about, like, the war on drugs, too. Bro, if your definition of socialism is that the worker owns the means of production, that's just capitalism. So, I am clearly arguing with someone that has no knowledge. Socialism is not when the government owns the means of production. Socialism is not when the government owns the means of production. That is a form of communism. You fucking moron. Like, I'm actively arguing with someone that, like, didn't look into anything outside of his own worldview and his own echo chamber. Like, I just heard someone say, oh yeah, so workers own the means of production is actually capitalism. Workers do not own the means of production. Business owners and corporations do. Like, really? I'm not going to humor any more of your arguments until you get more educated. You need to be more educated before you can actually talk about these things, because you clearly don't know enough about these things. So first, I would suggest reading a little bit more and not just the first page that AI gives you. Okay? That's, like, just don't look at the first thing that AI gives you. A little bit more information and knowledge is necessary before you do that. Business owners work at the company they started. Yeah, do the workers own it? Do all the workers collectively own it? No, one person does. You fucking moron. So you need to, once again, go and do a little bit more research, okay? So until you come back with an actual understanding of what the difference between socialism and capitalism is, and not just the government does stuff, then maybe we can have a discussion. Frightful. I'm over here now as well. Hello, Frightful. So you need to do both. You gotta learn the difference, because you clearly don't. You don't know the difference. Like, you don't have to be on the side of socialism to understand it. You can just actually learn what it means. Do I scare you? I'm very friendly. Okay, in a capitalist society, you can be a socialist, but in a social society, you can't be a capitalist. That's why capitalism is better. The reason why you can't be a capitalist in a socialist society is because you... like, that's not even true! That's not even true! That's not even true! Denmark, Norway, Sweden! They're all socialists! They're socialists, they're democratic socialists! Capitalism is still there! They're a mixed, leaning more towards socialism than capitalism, but they are still mixed. You can still have a free market and be a socialist! You moron! Chat! There are times where I don't know the meaning to things, and I try my best to be humble and try to be like, I don't know. right? For example, someone asked me, what is the beginning of the universe? I don't know, right? It's not the big, at least based on our current models, the Big Bang is not the beginning of our universe. In fact, some of our current models say that the universe is completely endless because time has to be endless for there to be a... It's really complicated, and I don't fully understand that. Right? I don't fully understand that. Right? And I can be very honest and say that I don't have the physics and quantum physics knowledge to be able to understand what those arguments are. So I have to be like, I don't know. Right? And that's why I am also agnostic about God, for instance. Right? Because I can't pretend I know every single argument in the universe for theists. So when someone comes in here and says that hi, Flower. When someone comes in here and says that the workers owning the mean of production means it's capitalism, I am hit with the profound stupidity of everything. Time is not endless. What? A lot of modern day physicists say that time is endless. Time is eternal, infinitely regressive. That's strong. Like, a lot of physics. I was just looking at what Blitz PhD talks about, and I'm starting to work through his videos, and how they can show that time is infinitely regressive. They work with capitalist countries. Without capitalism, those economies would tank, and no one could own a business. Without trade, all economies tank. Oh yeah, bud. That's how economies work. If you stop trading, economies tank. You moron. This is a nice house? Yeah. It's a rich person's house. It's one of my favorite. It's a good base location. I want to come over. Don't die. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. What scientists also time can't be eternal, infinite regress is impossible? How do you know? What scientist? Blitz PhD. Blitz PhD does some really interesting work with how he explains it a little bit more understandingly. How do you know that eternal infinite regress is impossible? You can't. But you can't. You don't have the degree necessary. You don't have the knowledge necessary to argue with these people. But the idea of why the infinite regress works is that we are in a fourth dimensional universe, right? Fourth dimensional being time. Time can't just become a thing. Time either always exists or doesn't. Like, the easiest and simplest explanation of it is that time has always existed or hasn't always existed. If time doesn't exist, nothing exists. So nothing could have existed, right? And as far as we know, there's no beginning. There can't be a time. Yeah, time can't start nor end. And so since time can't start nor end, it needs to be infinite. Yeah, so if it's infinite regress is the thing. Dr. Blitz? Yeah. Blitz PhD. He's really cool. You are a hypocrite. You bought Gatorade from a big scary corporation. Oh no, did I at any point say that I can't live? I live in a capitalistic society. I would like that to change a bit. I need to live. It's just like, you happen to live in the system. Curious. That is not the gotcha you think it is. It would be like living in a communist society, not liking it's a communist society, and buying a loaf of bread from your neighbor. And saying, well, you bought a loaf of bread. Oof. Also, Frightful, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Is how your country, obviously, you're going to have to follow capitalism? Yeah. Like, come on. Come on. This is like the most standard, like, this is like the most standard, like, trying to do gotchas that I've ever heard in my fucking life. It's like, I was expecting better arguments. That's a horrible analogy. Why? I think a balance is best. I also agree. That's why I'm a socialist and not a communist. And that's why I'm left middle. I am left center. Is my a part on the political compass. Basically exactly where Nordic socialism lies. Jesus Christ was a leftist like me. Jesus Christ is actually kind of a conservative. It's a logical impossibility. Deathstraw. Do you think that... Do you know that numbers exist? Deathstraw, are you aware that numbers exist? We exist because there had to be a final cause that caused us to exist. Deathstraw, do numbers exist? He was not a capitalist. Just because you're a conservative doesn't mean that you're a capitalist. He was conservative for his time based on his views on marriage and also sex. For the time, for his time. Deathstraw, do numbers exist? I were to hand you a book. Deathstraw, you need to answer me this question or else I'm not going to take you seriously. Do numbers exist? I'll do you one better. Does the concept of pi exist? But I had asked permission from someone and the person had to ask permission and this went on for infinity. The action of me handling you the book would never happen. So again, infinite regress is no. Yeah, but that's not about... infinite regress has nothing to do with a person asking for infinity, right? They're not asking for the other thing. Does pi exist? 3.1415169254 going on. Does the concept of pi exist? Or do you challenge the existence of an infinite? Do infinites exist, Deathstraw? I'm a left and don't hold that. It's a casual chain, that's the point. You haven't answered my question. Do infinites exist? Deathstraw. Don't hold that LGBTQ or abortion. Numbers exist just as much as two sexes exist? Oh yeah, bud. You don't want to play this with a person that has actually studied evolutionary biology. In mathematics, yes. Mathematics is an extension of the universe, no? Right? First of all, we are a dimorphic species, but because we are a dimorphic species, saying that there are specifically two sexes leaves at least 5 to even up to 10% of the population not in real... Okay, there are 3 things happening. First, we'll do with oh yeah, bud. First, we are a dimorphic species. Dimorphic species has a gradation of things. No one is... you trying to put everybody into a box misses out so many different types of people. I guarantee you, you cannot construct a box that perfectly encompasses a binary, right? Our species is not a binary. Now, onto Deathstraw. Mathematics is real life, you moron. Right? And AI love. Social issues will drive you left. Jesus also believed in communal living. Like, yes, we use two sexes for ease of clarification. Right? We use two sexes for ease of clarification. However, they are not the be-all, end-all for our species. Can you show me the number 2, please? And not an example of 2.2 things, but the number 2. Can you show me that? Sure, 2. You know what you can also do 2 as? 2 can also be a standard of, there can be an infinite number of series between 2 and 2.1, and 2.01, and 2.00001. You can have an infinite series between all of those. You do not grasp the mathematics enough to say, right? There are infinites within infinites. And in fact, did you know in mathematics, there are larger infinities than others that can be calculated? You type 2, seriously, you genius. You asked for the number 2, but then I gave you a math lesson of how that works. Of how you can make an infinity between 2 and any other point in the number chain. He's in right, some infinities are larger than others. You asked to see the number 2. You asked to see it. You asked to see it. I'm sorry that you can't grasp the mathematics behind an infinity. Was there a causer for the infinity before? Like, does there have to be a cause between the difference between -1 and negative infinity? Right? Yeah, there's a number before that and a number before that, but there's never no first negative number. And there's no last positive number. You clearly don't seem to understand the mathematics behind the idea. Yeah, there are an infinite number of positive integers. Like, come on. Infinities exist. Infinities, mathematics is a reflection of our universe. It's not like some mystical space typhoon where, like, mathematics is not related to reality. In fact, that's how we prove, like, how a theory becomes proved, is mathematically. Right? For the most part, we don't prove theories, but if you can prove a theory mathematically, then it is considered proven and becomes a law. Or sometimes. So, infinities exist. Infinity does not exist in real life. Are you saying that math is not real life? This idiot is saying that math is not real life! The universe is infinite, you doofus! Because it's infinitely expanding! There's no point in arguing with people like that. They generally just want someone to confirm their feelings. I mean, sure, but I mean, it's funny to prove their irrationality to people that are watching. This guy thinks that math isn't real. This guy thinks that math isn't real. I can't wait to tell that mathematicians are not dealing with reality. Like, I can't wait to tell a mathematician that his thesis isn't based in reality. because it may contain an infinite. Our universe is infinite. Universe is infinite? What, seriously, this is a level of competence. If something is constantly expanding, that means that at the rate of which you measure it will constantly be expanding, which means there is never a point where you can say that you can say at this point it's this size, but since it is constantly growing, it is infinite. Hi, Crooked! I'm dealing with a person that doesn't know what math is! Unless you want to think that... unless you want to say that the universe is not expanding. Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state, and then 14 billion years ago, expansion started. Wait. Hello, Democratic Jumper. Our whole fact. Infinite is unending. The universe is expanding, which by definition, if something is constantly expanding, it is therefore infinite, because it will infinitely expand. Death Straw. Hello? Hello? Just because you can measure points between infinity within specific spacetimes does not make that thing a non-infinite thing. Right? I can take, like, once again, there are infinite real numbers, right? But I can add those numbers within a specific thing and say that this, like, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. That doesn't mean that it's not 2 plus 2 shows that 2 plus 2 equaling 4 shows that it's not part of an infinite. It's still part of an infinite. It's just these, we're just taking a slice of infinite. What are we saying is infinite? The universe. As far as we know. Considering it is constantly expanding at the speed of light. And remember that some infinities are bigger than others. Ooh, someone was zesty, Crooked Eye? How zesty we talking, Crooked? I need to know the story. No, my shovel! What does zesty mean? Ask your mother. Redeem pet the god cat? I can pet the god cat. Our whole universe was in a dead sleep. Aren't you happy? Anyways, I don't know enough about physics to know exactly what they mean when they say that, time is infinite. But I do know enough to know that infinities exist. Aqua, they didn't like what I had to say, so they kept talking over me as loudly as they could. What did you say to them? What did you say to them, Crooked? Especially when they come up with basic biology from what they learned in 3rd grade, completely ignoring all other biology classes. You're a clown, bye. Alright. You have yet to... I have shown mathematical ways how infinites exist. So, therefore, infinites existing can show that things can be infinite. But, and I have yet to see how you can say that an infinite can't possibly exist. Anyways. Good, I'm not sick anymore, thank goodness. A little upset the intro was bad, so stream was spotty, but people stayed. Aw, nice. Frightful, I'm not even American, but when I see the insanity come up with it, I feel like people don't know what America while actively living in it. I told them the truth about how things worked, and they didn't like it. You know, I understand that. Have a good night, Frightful. I'm also excited. I am also excited for D&D tonight. Aqua, what is zest? Well, zest is the fragrance of a fruit. Like it's like when you take when you grate the peelings of a fruit to be able to get its scent, essentially. Zesty is something else. You have to ask your mother. One meaning is of sexual nature, the other is being fully committed to a cause. Sexually. I'm not a fan of that word. Actually, that's wrong. I am, but you know, I'm a wholesome streamer. I'm not allowed to say that sex is cool because I'm a wholesome streamer. If you're fully committed, throw a bottle across the room, you put your zest into it. No, I just act super gay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. That would be zesty. Also, I'd love to see how Destraw would handle the quadratic formula. X is equal to negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Could you imagine, like, Destraw trying to figure out what the heck that means? Oh god, Sprinter. One Sprinter came out of nowhere. The second Sprinter came out of nowhere. What was that rhyme you just said? It was a quadratic formula. I hate that I couldn't hear that stupid Sprinter. If I could hear that stupid Sprinter was coming... Because I killed the first one, decided to deal with the other ones. I couldn't hear the second sprinter. We're gonna play Slay Spire now. That's depressing. I am very sad right now. Very, very, very sad. Also, I need to turn on the fan. It's warm. It has mechs in it. I already have mechs. So how was your battle, Aqua? Not good. What happened? I killed one sprinter, and I turned my back for a split second, and I couldn't hear another sprinter, and it immediately grabbed me. And killed me. Instantly. Basically. I am very upset. Like, actually, I am quite actually salty right now. You guys might not know it or see it, but I am very salty right now. I am incredibly salty right now. The YouTube chats? Oh, the YouTube chats, they're all gone. So yeah, I am very salty. Why do you hate Helldivers? Oh, I don't hate Helldivers. Also, what is that draw, man? I'm sad that my PZ character died. Stardust. Okay, so I pick up everything related to getting stars. The Amazing Digital Circus, I love it. This game is sick. Oh yeah, I adore it. Do I have to take 13 here for free? Okay. This game hates me. It's the Amazing Digital Circus. I'm going to skip the forge stuff. Oh, I get tickets? Awesome. Cosmic Indifference. What is the unique server role? Whatever you want it to be. No. You get the server role, not... This sucks. I'm gonna die before I get to an elite. No. Why? Because it's just a funny little thing that you can do to have, No. Nice autocorrect. Hook of 5 rings does nothing to help me now. Okay, well, here we go. And profound. Uh-huh. I'm gonna take this patter. I think you guys misunderstand. The unique server role is to, like, give you a unique name. It doesn't change, like, what you do.
Robbery in progress at Lakeside Bank on West Jackson Boulevard. Be advised, assailants are urged. Getaway car is a black Pontiac Trans Am.
What do you mean that's bullshit? Yes! It's a ceremonial title, precisely. And I will give you a Cheez-It. No. Finally, glow. Watch it live. No. Shush. Hush. Democratic jumper. Hush. I'm annoyed by you right now. Hush. Stop spamming my chat. Hush. Hush. Anyways, we're dead here. No! Anyways, we're dead here. I found a loophole. Someone did redeem it? That's funny. Let's run it back. I'm going to take this. With it, I can probably take on a few elites. That was cool. Yeah, it is really nice. Summer, it like it almost like it actually feels like spring. It's pretty crazy. Crap, cat. That's kind of funny. Oh, really, game? Summer, it's spring. It's feeling like a lot like Christmas. Harry. Harry's a good card. Aqua, watch the trailer. I want you. I want you. Like, I warned you. I warned you. I warned you. Absolutely zero testosterone. At least I have more estrogen than you do, I guess. I warned you, Democratic Jumper. I warned you. Do not be surprised when I'm not taking that bullshit. I can time you out on YouTube too, Democratic. Don't think I won't. Why? Because you are annoying me. I told you many times I don't want to do that. I don't know how many times I can get it through to you. You torture me. You torture me, child. You torture me. Royal Gamble. Everyone in the YouTube chat, I give you permission to spam. And you will end up exactly like poor Democratic Jumper here. If you do so. You will end up exactly like him. Intimate is too many times. Oof. Aw, man. Aw, man, you give me Black Hole and Child of the Stars? Okay. Yeah, then he'll get banned. I mean, I know Democratic Jumper, and I'm fine with people causing chaos in my stream, but it's like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, child? I try to be nice. I try to be reasonable. I know I'm a gremlin in chat. Look at me. Well, look at what I do to Beck to Bloom. Like, look what I do to them. Also, I am in trouble. Oh, maybe I should have saved. It's hard to say if I should have. Now I save it. Because then I do this. Oh, this is a close Jeremy Crimbus. Woof, I beat the Jeremy Crimbus. Heavenly Drill. Really, game? I guess I'll take it. But still, not a prep. Game, what are you doing? Okay. I want to try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to take a really weird path. Oh yeah, that's true. Very different. Give me 3 minutes. Yo, you will wait out your full 10 minutes, child. You were warned. You were given ample opportunity to improve. You will wait the 10 minutes. You will wait. He took my parry. Spoils of battle, thank goodness. Are you saying hello to people? How kind, how nice. Oh, fuck, I need to kill you. Can I draw my... Can We're close. That was far too close. Hey, I got my heavenly drill back. Yay! I have no real way to use it, but I got it. Look at this. Man. Power. No! You bitch! Democratic Jumper, you are back. Have you learned your lesson? Have you learned? No! Child. I'm not messing around. I hope you know that. What is your least favorite exercise, Aqua? Squats. He's gonna make me do exercise now, thinking that'll get me back. I already answered it, Democratic Jumper. Should have listened. Or paid. Too bad, you should have paid. Welcome to capitalism, bitch. Snake Bite! That's a good card. I'm a big guy. Do you think push-ups scare me? Another snake bite. Okay, sure. I have received 2 snake bites. Do 10 one-arm push-ups. They will be regular ass push-ups. Oh, really, game? Okay, we're fine. Thankfully, Snakebite has our back. I don't need any of these. I demand a formal apology for this 10-minute timeout, or I will take your cat. How about no? How about this? If I see you try to do something like that again, your kneecaps are mine. Actually, no. I have a mod for that. Your kneecaps will become IUs. And she's coming to Canada, too. Who is Ayu? Ayumi. I just got a kunai. Nah, I don't care. You probably should. That's my wife. Oh, piss. I will just take the damage. Why not? That's my wife. Noxious Fumes. A good card. Well, one of them. Alright, well, I no longer feel tough enough to take on 2 elites. Then, kindly don't mess with me. She's hurting for replacements. Buy them off the black market? Aha, about that. Ayu, you might get some free need caps and Democratic Jumper. Just letting you know. Free kneecaps? The hunt! Oh, yeah, I'll take the hunt. Oh, okay. Fight them for greater rewards. Here we go, I guess. Okay, if we don't draw the hunt next turn, we still win. I could have just defended, but it is what it is. Leading strike. Dagger throw, cloak and dagger. I don't think I need a leading strike. Let's take a cloak and dagger though. We survive at 1 HP. 2 HP. Okay. Predator, dagger spray, outbreak. Follow through, haze, outbreak. These all suck. These all suck. I mean, this technically could be like not bad actually. Yay! Blade of Ink. Storm of Steel. Blade of Ink feels good. Transpise, neutralize into suppress. Suppress is a good card, but I mean the Radiant Pearl is pretty nice. I'm taking it. I need the little bit of extra energy helps a lot. This is why. Okay, we definitely want to hunt. go. Hunt. Prepared Plus is a good card. Blur is an amazing card with what we're doing. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. I like the Flash of Steel. I also really like the Shuriken. Okay, well, we are now ninja. We are now in... We now ninja. I have bred an army of lesbian geckos. I'm very proud of you. You should be very proud of that. I wished I had an army of lesbian geckos. But I know exactly what you're referring to. I know exactly what you're referring to. Really, game? Really? Okay. Just take 10 here. Ricochet. You take your aim. Mirage. Mirage can be good. Aqua, will we in our lifetime ever see the end of the JW cult? No. I don't think we will. I'll take a Mirage. Not to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but the answer to that is no. Master Planner is really interesting. Who will win in a fight? 20 lesbian geckos or 19 gay geckos? Probably the 20 lesbian. Why? Because you can see them adapting. Religions always do that. Oh. That feels good. Oh no, it's a decimal feed. The rest of my life? I mean, individuals can leave. Like, don't underestimate the power of individuals, right? $16 plus 11 is 36, and I only have 25 health. I want to redo that. Okay, we did it. Serpent form. Sure. And like that would be an upgrade. It'd be better than what there is currently. This is 20. That's not enough. Maybe I get lucky. I forgot that attacks twice. Scheiße. Alright. Hey, we can hunt. Kind of worth it. Anticipate? Nah, we don't need to anticipate. Hidden daggers? Yeah. Okay. I think we just take a bunch of damage here. Take 16. And then we're set up for the rest of the fight. Maybe. Whew, okay. Oh, we just beat the Kaiser Crab. Woo! Murder! Accelerant. Seriously, Mahav. When will you get a sense of humor? Seriously, when will you get a sense of humor? Right now I'm chuckling because of how, like, inanely boring you are. You have asked this every single time, and you have asked which cult I've been part of every single time. You're either a bot, which is pathetic, or you're just pathetic because you just asked the same thing. Which do you prefer? I don't like any of these cards. The 5th card you play each turn is free. Interesting. Ooh, Delicate Front. Hell yeah. Okay. We are facing the door. What gives black dye in Minecraft? Wither roses or squid ink. I thought the cult you were in was the Epstein Island one. When did I ever say that? Like I said, when will you actually get good material? Duplicate your deck. Probably not. Definitely not. Okay. Good upgrades. Alright, my snake bites have been abandoned. You're the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files. I am the reason. I'm Canadian. How do I get one? It says a wither has to kill a mob to get one. Yeah, I'd suggest you go for, what's it called? Squids. I would suggest you go for the squids. I'm just an AI bot sent to troll you? I could have never figured that one out. You truly, had me really guessing if that was the case. No, that there is no bone meal cheat for that, Flower. Can you make me a moderator then? No. Absolutely not. You're like the singular last person I would give moderator to. Like, I literally could not think of a worse person to give moderator to. No, there are far worse people than you, Flower. Phyland, there are worse people than you. I thought we had a good thing going. No. No, we did not. What gave you that impression? Yeah, it only works with the big flowers. Yeah, no problem, Flower. Another dodge and roll. Wow. I'm gonna do everything I can to kill this guy. I have to think. This guy's gonna debuff. I think I'm gonna focus this guy. Your upgrades are notable. And dead. Strangle. In the words of Jorbs, that looks like an especially sexually charged card right now. That looks like an especially sexually charged card right now. Oh, I don't need it though. I have Serpent Form. I'm just saying that, you know, it exists. I'll take a piercing one. I should use my potion. Oh, the thinking I just did for that! Oh! Oh! The calculation. I'm very proud of what I just did there. Finisher's a good card. Finisher's a very good card here. There's a lot of good cards there, but sadly they were all in the same pool. Okay. Choose a card in your hand. It's free to play this combat. I think it makes sense. Okay. What do we got? Fan of After Image is a good card. Ow! You're not allowed to do that much damage to me. Okay. There we have burns in our decks now. Okay. More burns in my deck. Hey, we did it! Okay, we just need to do what we can to remove as much damage as possible. Not bad. Okay, now we face the door. I'm not particularly pleased with this. Okay, that's a little bit better. Also, these potions are ass. I'm a bad guy. Ugh. What do you want? Man, this sucks. It's a bad turn. I got my up my sleeve so far. If I play up my sleeve, I have to play at a different time, I guess. We full block here. It's not the worst. I just wanna swing from the chandelier. The chandelier. We got the worst potions for the final boss. I could not have asked for worse potions. Okay. Oh, that's an okay start. All right, we got ourselves a deck. Yes, it is an Odin. I think cash. Not the worst. Know thy place. Cloak of Stars. I'm gonna take it for a little bit of block. And then I have to be a little bit, specific of what I'm going to be doing. Okay, that guy's dead. 1. Bonk. The biggest swords. Can we at least agree that communism sucks? You come back. How long has it been since you've chatted? Like an hour? Yeah, communism is a pipe dream. That isn't the own on socialism you think that is. Quasar. Ah, fuck. Too many people that can fix everything for at least we can respect that. I mean, sure. Once again. In general, when I'm talking about socialism, I'm not talking about communism. Communism is not when the government does stuff, right? That you're talking about authoritarianism versus libertarianism, two very different things. Okay, game. You really just want to kill me, don't you? Man, this game is doing everything I can to die. Oh. Okay. So more than just workers own the means of production? That is the definition of socialism, right? When workers collectively own the means of production, and not just one guy, right? You don't have a boss that owns the business. The workers together unify to own the means of production, right? Instead of a capitalist model of business as one guy buys the factory, buys the tools, buys the stuff, and he makes all the profits, right? Socialism as an economic model is the workers get rid of them, get rid of bosses. Together, they all own the factory. Together, everybody owns the factory. Together, everybody owns the tools. Together, everybody owns the profit. There are socialist companies within the United States of America that work based on that idea, and that socialism can exist within a framework. Socialism also has the idea that socialism also has a secondary idea that wealth needs to be redistributed equitably. Who starts a company and takes the risks? Everybody. The workers. Collectively. If one fails, they all fail. Same with a normal business. If the guy who takes in a normal business, the guy who takes the risks fails, all of the employees also fail. So it's getting rid of the middle guy. But also, there's the idea with socialism that wealth needs to be redistributed equitably in certain matters, right? And that's more of like a governmental proceeding, right? The idea of like healthcare being nationalized is not that the government owns it. It's about the idea that together the people have the control more over of the healthcare because the people have the control over the government, at least in a democratic socialist environment. More or less. Also, I'm gonna die here in Act 1. I thought I could kill that frog pretty easy, but I could not. I believe that forcing someone to pay for someone else's grocery bill, for example, is not right. Do you think it's right to just let someone starve if you have the ability to help them? Do you think it's right for a society to let people starve if the society has the collective ability to feed them? Would you rather have people starve? People take society as being like this very simple, like, this is how it affects me, rather than literally how it encompasses all of everybody. No? Fantastic. Then you agree that we should all be working together to feed each other. If a society is not doing its part to help everybody, what's the point of that society? Well, helping everybody within it. What's the point of that society? Passion Strike. Dismantle. I'm going to take this Dismantle just for the early game damage, and we will see how it does. I actually haven't really taken it, so... theoretically, it just murders this Toadful, if I draw it. But of course I don't draw it! Oh, game. Why do you do this? Hecking game. Why do you do this to me, game? I have not been able to draw it together. Okay. Okay, but in the USA, for example, why would they push those policies then? Allow for people to walk into the country and collect those benefits without putting in anything in. You, my friend, are a victim of propaganda. Illegal immigrants do not get benefits because they do not have the tools to get those benefits. Immigrants may get some rudimentary versions of it, but immigrants themselves are not given any benefits of the taxes that they pay, because believe it or not, immigrants do pay taxes because, you know, sales tax, general tax, and all that sort of stuff. They may not pay income tax, but they do pay, you know, taxes. They do not get the benefits of those taxes. Right? So they don't get the benefits. Immigrants get some benefits. And then you have asylum seekers. People that are running away from a war-torn country that your country is trying to help people through humanitarian aid. That is the laws of the US. That is how that works. Also, that's an upgraded bludgeon. Probably going to take that. Empty? How dare. Dominate. I will take it. Am I strong enough to take on 2 elites? I'm going to take the risk. Beautiful nephew? Yes, he is quite beautiful. I guess I got a bludgeon. That's fine. What HP? Okay, not bad. Okay, but you can't see that people would be concerned about the country losing money if they offer free healthcare and free housing to all the world, which no country does. No country offers free healthcare and free housing to all of the world. No country. They offer them to people that are willing to. They're willing to people who immigrate legally. And also, no socialist says anything about free healthcare or free housing. Canadians don't have free healthcare. We have nationalized healthcare. Right? It is covered over by our taxes. It's a redistribution of wealth, right? Those in a higher tax bracket those with more money pay more in those taxes to make sure that the people at the lower end also get their health care, right? Technically, for some people, it's free, but for those are like those are people that live below the poverty line, which I have lived below the poverty line basically my entire life. Well, for the most part, yeah. Almost all my life, I've lived below the poverty line. So that we have healthcare. Have a good one, Flower. So nobody talks about free healthcare or free housing, and nobody says they're just giving it to the world. No country does that. That's a feel no pain. I'm going to take it under the impression that it will be okay. I took 6 unnecessary damage here, but that's okay. Molten Fist is very good. Unless you draw Molten Fist without the ability to draw into anything else. What an elite. Democrats in America want to push free housing and national health care. Democrats in the US are not trying to push free housing and national health care. Well, they are trying to push national health care, and they are not trying to open the border to the world. Have you actually read their platform? Have you actually read what their platform is? I bet you haven't. But they are trying to push for national health care because nationalized health care is better for everybody. Only having private health care in a nation produces worse results. There is a reason why people don't go to America for health care. Unless they're like absurdly rich. But even then they go to like other places like Korea, Japan, Israel even. Or Mexico. Or Canada. Right? Nationalized healthcare is good. They're not trying to push free housing because that would make a lot of Democrats in power not have any sort of power because that's how they got, a lot of them got money, is through the housing market. And they're not trying to open the border to the world. Biden has removed the same amount of illegal immigration in his term as the same amount as Trump has. Without, by the way, ICE shooting people in the face. It's not only shooting people in the face, shooting citizens in the face. I'm sorry, buddy, but you're a victim of propaganda. You're a victim of propaganda. Stoke is a good call. Another dominate. I'll take it. Actually, we agree. Free housing would make Democrats have more power, not because that's how they make money, because the government would own all the land and housing. Did you know that in Finland they have practically eliminated homelessness? The government doesn't own all the land, and yet they have eliminated homelessness. Bonk. Thrash. I can take a thrash. You seem to be very afraid of the Democrats, when in reality the economy has always done better on the Democrats, and that is objectively shown. Not saying that the Democrats are good, but you seem to be under the impression that the Democrats are socialists. The Democrats are capitalists. Canada, my country's most right-leaning Conservative Party of Canada, is more left-leaning than your guys' Democratic Party. You guys are they are still capitalists through and through. They just are like, maybe we should probably do nationalized healthcare for the people. Transform Bash into Break, hell yeah. They push socialist policies. Yes, that still makes them capitalist. Fun fact, that still makes it... No, they definitely are still very big fans of capitalism. I'll tell you that right now. Once again, read their platform. Read what they have done in the past and continue to do. The last thing they have and do is to remove capitalism. It's like the last thing they want to do. What? How do you agree they push socialism but are still capitalists? Because it is not one or the other. They're not pushing all of socialism. They are pushing for nationalized healthcare. Just because your country has nationalized healthcare does not mean you are socialist. That just means you have gone a little bit further left, right? I'll show you on this. The political compass looks like this, right? You got capitalism on this side, on the right. You've got socialism on this side, on the left. You got libertarianism on the bottom, and you got authoritarianism at the top, right? If you are here and you move a little bit this way, you are still within this branch. You are still within this branch of capitalism. You are still capitalist, right? Whereas Canada typically is around here. Typically. We're slightly more leaning socialist than full-on capitalist because of our, because of our social programs, right? And Nordic socialism usually lines up around here because they focus very strongly on workers' rights and strong unions and making sure that workers' rights are far more protected than anything, which allows for more businesses to be less focused and also allows for the free market to also be a thing. They're not fully fully over here because they have not removed all of capitalism, right? They still have a free market. It's just that it's regulated. Same with the Democrats. The Democrats generally are around, like I said, here. If they're trying to push for a little bit over here, then they would be a little bit more over here. Democrats are closer to authoritarian, Republicans are closer to liberalism? No. That is, at least the current one, right? When I redraw the political compass, Trump is like here. If not even higher, because he is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. He uses fascist rhetoric. He wants to use corporate technocracy and give his buddies more tax breaks. And whilst weaponizing people's culture to scare people, to unite them under a specific type of people. One type of people. He wants one type of people. Everybody who disagrees with him has Trump derangement syndrome, right? Democrats are here. They believe in the democratic process. Also, the Democrats never once tried to coup, at least within the past 20 or longer than that. But January 6th was done by, and basically funded, was basically started by people that were part of Trump's ilk, right? Democrats said no to that. They are in the middle. Democrats are in the middle, along with basically Canada as well. Once again, I feel like you're a victim of propaganda. And that's not something you can just fix, right? It's unfortunate, but it's just a reality of the situation. Once again, you are asking the same fucking question, my guy. When will you actually get something interesting? I'll take a bully. That has synergy. Why would a fascist president protect gun rights? Plenty of reasons. And also, he's not protecting all gun rights. Remember, he's trying to take gun rights away from trans people. He's taking away gun rights from specific types of people. That's about as fascist as you can get, right? The Nazis didn't take away guns from everybody. They only took guns away from specific groups of people. Not saying they're Nazis, just they're fascist. So yeah, that's why. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Democrats push for blanket bans on everyone, so that makes them more authoritarian. No, they don't. Once again, have you read what the Democrats are trying to implement? Look at the guy who's running for the Democrat senator that's running for Maine right now. He literally said point blank that he doesn't want to ban AR-15s or assault rifles. I don't agree with him, but he's just like, I want to fix it by doing other things. Right? So, once again, they're not trying to. Republican media is telling you Democrats are pushing for blanket bans. Democrats have not and are not historically wanted to as well. Am I dead here? Really? Oh, that's frustrating. They are pushing that 100%. I can give examples. I have given you an example of that not being the case. And also, banning a specific type of gun is not a blanket ban on guns. That's the point. I've also given you examples of how that's not the case. Even Obama. Obama himself was like, no, I'm not here to remove guns. Also, I don't want to play Ironclad again. I don't want to play Ironclad again. Please no. Hey, my boy. My boy. That's a good one. Boost away and hotfix. Okay. Not bad. If I feel strong enough, I guess. Charge battery. I already have defense, but I will grab a singular charge battery. The cheese. I'll take the cheese. The cheese, Gromit. The cheese. And that's why I saved onto it. Claw. Claw could be interesting. I'll take a claw. It's early enough to take on a claw. The most purchased gun in America is the AR-15, and they want to ban it. How is that not a blanket ban? I literally just gave you an example of the main senator, the main Democrat guy that's trying to run for Senate, not trying to push an AR-15 ban. Literally. There are plenty of Democrats that don't want to do that. Some do. But the majority don't. So... this is gonna hurt. Gun cop. Could take a synchronize. Alternatively, I could just upgrade that. I can also grab this Sunder. Sunder helps me kill some stuff. Subroutine? Oh, no Voltaic. Trump is glorious. No, he's not. He's a senile old coot, and I cannot wait till he is gone permanently. Like, I can't wait till he's gone permanently. He has messed with my country, and I'm not happy. At all. I think it's most Democrats, even if Zero in office want to ban guns of any type, they want to ban guns for certain groups of people, though. Like, look at what the Republicans say about trans people. Republicans certainly want to remove guns. They don't want to get rid of the guns. They want to remove guns from certain people. Am I strong enough to take this on? Yeah. Oh, go. How much money does it cost to get mod in this place? $10 million. And most Democrats don't need or don't want to remove guns. Sure does. I'll take, if you want mod in my chat, I will take $10 million. If you give me $10 million, I will gladly piss. Oh, wait. Okay, I can kill you. Okay. I was very not pleased by a certain thing. Hello, Democratic. Oh, sweet. Can you please ruffle the pussycat? There you go. Happy to do that. Oh, he didn't like that. You okay, Odin? Glacier? Glacier. Want to ban A if it's by the stats? Okay. Many don't. That's a single gun. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't see the desire to have a assault gun in any capacity. I think it's dumb. Like, I get it's your constitutional right, but it's fucking dumb. Children die for this. On the altar of your Second Amendment. Children die on the altar of the Second Amendment. Ooh, data disk. Why have you done this to me, Odin? Also, they stole my money. But your president has armed guards with AR-15s? Okay. There's a difference between the military and the civilian. And we don't have a president, we have prime minister. If we got to the point that the basic civilian needed an AR-15, there are other problems with our country. You can still fight back against a corrupt government with or without guns. I'm gonna rest. I hit the hookah? Alright. I'm still waiting for that 10 million. Like I said, 10 million? $10 million and you can become a mod in my chat. Incidentally, at the same time, a different VTuber shall emerge. A different VTuber shall emerge. Incidentally. Not to be, yeah. Ow. Defrag. That's a good one. The end of your turn, you no longer discard your hands. Is kind of interesting. This is good. I have ways to remove cards from my deck, and I can hold on to things. Runic Pyramid is cool. I'd mod the shizzle out of your 3 viewers. I have more on Twitch. A population can definitely be enslaved when armed. Or genocided when armed. Look at the Palestinians. Look at the Palestinians is all I can say to that. Is like, yeah, you totally can still be you can totally. What about they're not an armed population? They've tried to arm. They've tried to arm multiple times. And yet they keep getting genocided and enslaved. I am pro-freedom, man. Palestine is getting genocided. There's no question. I don't care about a lot of things. It needs to be stopped. Do I take this bulk up? Yeah. Do I take this glacier? Terrorist government, pretty sure the people would rise up. Okay. And the Israelis also have a terrorist government. Two terrorist governments fighting each other constantly, trying to get and arm their populace to go kill the other nation. What do you believe atheism is? Atheism is the rejection of a truth claim. It is the rejection of theism. I'm always teaching atheists what they believe. Well, there's your problem right there. There's your problem right there. I could take this null, actually. Do you have a burden of proof? Nope. If you think I have a burden of proof. If you think I have a burden of proof, hon, then you don't know what you're talking about. Why not? Because I don't have to prove the theist's claim. So you lack belief in gods? Yeah, I do. We've gone through this, Kyle. You're not allowed following the formal definition of atheism. You know what's interesting? You didn't watch my latest video on what is atheism. So, if you want a formal definition of atheism, guess what? The burden of proof still doesn't fall onto me. We've already talked about this before, even if I follow it. Here's another definition of atheism if you want to talk about philosophy, right? There are two. You can do the colloquial version of atheism, which is a way to make sure that theists don't take away the rights of people that don't believe. Or if you want the definition of atheism, every argument for theism fails, therefore God does not exist. Until you can bring an argument for theism that actually works and is true, which you can't, you're shit out of luck. Okay. The burden of proof does not fall onto the atheist. Every time you try to do that, it's such a semantic word game, doesn't help you. So I am all good? Yeah, exactly. If you've convinced yourself. Do you claim there is no gods? There is no gods because every argument for theism fails. Or, how do you like them apples? Believing something without evidence is the same as being wrong. Hitchens razor. So you are making a positive claim. In this instance, I am, just to show you that even if I put the burden, when I use a philosophical atheist into a pro-positive, I'm not a positive atheist, generally speaking, but in this one, I'm pretending to be. And here's my proof. Here is my proof. Every argument for theism has failed. since there is absolutely no good evidence to believe in God, then the null hypothesis works. Welcome to the null hypothesis, bitch. See, I'm so tired of dealing with you. I'm just going to be more actively, openly hostile to you. Because you have failed to account for the null hypothesis. Yeah, and that's why I am doing a positive claim. Just to show that you don't have a leg to stand on either. So defend what that evidence is. Defend what that evidence is. I've already defended it. Every argument for theism has failed. Every argument. Unless you can give me a new argument for theism, you have none. What is that evidence? That is the evidence is every argument for theism has failed. It is logically fallacious, doesn't get you anywhere, not conclusive. So, every argument for theism has failed. Just to get that through your skull, I have decided that's not an argument, that's an assertion. Yeah. And you know what my evidence is? Let's go through every single theist argument. Bring me any single theist argument you have, and we can go through it and why it's bad. Where is this evidence you speak of? The fact that there is no evidence from the opposing side. It's called the null hypothesis. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of the null hypothesis? Or are you going to go back to your AI bot to try to figure out what the heck is happening? You I don't like. You I don't like because you constantly don't argue in any sort of good faith. That's a broad generalization. Yeah, but it's not wrong. Be specific, please, Kyle. Every argument. Give me one. I work based off the null hypothesis. Name one. The tautological argument. The tautological argument is inconclusive. The fine-tuning argument is inconclusive. The is inconclusive. The fact that the idea of initial causer also fails does not work based on our evidence of actually everything. 3 to name a few. Do you got any ones that outside those? Does science say that? Science gives us the idea that definitely that science so far, our current understanding of science. Show me peer review. Dr. Blitz, PhD, is one of the best science communicators to bring down our peer review down that way. That infinite regress is a thing in our universe. Claiming it as evidence. No, I'm not. I'm showing you what... I'm showing you exactly... I'm telling you what arguments don't work. And peer review doesn't work with philosophy that same way. You know that, right? Peer review is not the same as philosophy. You will pray to God? No, I won't. I used to pray to God. That's just one paper, it is widely rejected? No, it's not. The vast majority of, literally, which physicist? There was a physicist that recently, what was his name? Physicist. took a poll of other physicists if the Big Bang was the start of the universe. What was his name? Yeah! Yes, the Big Bang is still a thing. Cyclic is not a minority. In fact, a lot of, yes, the vast majority believe in the Big Bang. Cyclic still believes in the Big Bang, you moron! Of course! It was in Copenhagen. Yeah. The Big Bang. Most physicists say that the Big Bang is not the absolute beginning. Most physicists say that the Big Bang is not the beginning of time, specifically. It is just the rapid expansion. Most still hold to a beginning. Some do. But, you know, there's a lot more to it than that, right? At the end of the day, we're working with a whole bunch of unknowns. So if we come to an inconclusive part, it still shows that it doesn't mean that your thing is correct either, that there is this uncaused causer. So, Cyclic does have proof. It has to do with time, but it's above both mine and your head, obviously. Well, I know it is. It is still a hypothesis, with very good work behind it. But either way, it doesn't really matter. Oh, it's the bees. How do I outscale this guy? I know how to. Really? Bees? It's the bees. I'm not a big fan of the bees. No physical evidence? Yeah, and there's no physical evidence for your god for a god either. So your point being what again? Null hypothesis. You can't shift the burden of proof onto me. They aren't the bee's knees for you? No. They are not. I'm not pleased by this. I have to take a lot of damage here. Well, actually, that's a lot of damage. There is evidence by inference of preconditions for intelligence, which is not conclusive. That's not conclusive. So, that would be still a hypothesis, no physical evidence. I have beaten the bees. Better than atheism? No, it's not. You believe it is better than atheism. What debate's happening now? Oh, not the way is trying to shift the burden of proof of atheism onto me. DNA, the complexity of the cell at all compounds. Oh, look at that. It's basically fine-tuning arguments. The DNA and the complexity of the cell survive despite the universe trying to kill us. Not because we were made for the environment. You know that, right? Do you think evolution is real, not the way? I'm curious. Do you think evolution is not real? Yeah, cough, cough viruses. Science equals alchemy. No, not the way. Do you think evolution is real? Like an actual thing. Like an actual real thing that is in our universe. Like how it's a process of speciation. Back to Monk, yeah. So far, my only way of winning is with the Dark Orb. What happened during the Cambrian explosion? A lot of stuff happened. So, it's interesting. As part of the reason why the Cambrian explosion is why we think it's an explosion, it's not necessarily that there was a lot, like, a ton of, like, there was a lot of new life, but in reality, part of the reason why the Cambrian explosion is the way that it is because because they had finally evolved the keratin, creatures had finally evolved the keratin that made it more easily for them to be fossilized, right? So since it was more easily to be fossilized, we just found a lot more of them. Like, we went from finding very, very, very little to suddenly finding a lot because keratin became a lot more common. Doesn't follow the natural evolutionary cycle. This guy doesn't think that evolution is real! Point and laugh at this guy! Point and laugh! There is a gap between complex and single-celled organisms? Yeah, because the gap between complex and single-celled organisms is the fact that it's harder to, you don't have the proof through necessarily bones, because they didn't have bones, right? You're not going to find a lot of fossils for single-celled organisms. But you know what we do have? Genetics and phylogeny. This guy doesn't know what genetics and phylogeny did for the theory of evolution. It basically confirmed what we already knew. Fucking... This guy wants to shift the burden of proof onto an atheist and still thinks that evolution didn't happen. Cambrian explosion looks more like design. I told you exactly why the Cambrian explosion happened. It wasn't there was a whole bunch of new life. It was a bunch of new life that had evolved in new processes that allowed them to fossilize easier. On top of that, the conditions at the time during the Cambrian explosion were less hostile to life. You fucking moron! Go read a book! Go read a book! Don't come into my chat talking about... Do not come into my chat trying to shift the burden of proof from me when you don't understand how evolution works. Because the one thing you messed up on, I may not have a degree in physics. Right? I may not know physics, like, exceedingly well. Physics is something that I'm trying to get and understand a little bit more. It's exceedingly complicated, especially with the physics that I'm trying to learn. But the one thing I do know, and the one thing I do have a credit for, is fucking evolutionary biology. So, you are a moron. Complex, we do have evidence for that gap. It's called phylogeny and genetics. Point and laugh. This guy doesn't think that phylogeny and genetics exists. This guy doesn't think phylogeny and genetics exist. Oh no. Oh yeah. This guy is stupid. He wants to deny evolution, or at least deny part of evolution so that he can insert his god into that, what he thinks to be unknown. This is peer-reviewed science. There was a recent paper, pushed back to start with no evidence for the complexity. No. We know what happened. Once again, phylogeny and genetics lets us get a more understanding between single-celled and complex organisms. Right? Especially with our understanding of abiogenesis. How can he explain the Sinsk event? Exactly. There's also a lot more to it than that, too. So, like, especially with our understanding of, like, abiogenesis, it's who's denying, I'm just stating Cambrian explosion gap remains. And yet you say, the worst part is you made this assertion that God makes more sense. Do you deny evolution? Hypothesis with zero evidence, like the cyclical and Cambrian gap? Incorrect. Abiogenesis has more than just a hypothesis, but I'm sorry that you haven't kept up with the recent research on that. Actually, I'm not sorry. Once again, this guy wants to push the burden of proof onto me and doesn't actually understand why the Cambrian explosion was a thing. And then has the gall to tell me that it looks more like, what was his exact ones? What was his exact thing? What was... Abiogenesis is not a theory, it is a 70 plus years with no evidence. Incorrect. If God is excess of oxygen, then he is right. Abiogenesis is a lot more than 70 plus years. We have more evidence with it now. But I'm done talking to you. You can keep yelling. I am just done. You made a mistake by trying to challenge that and trying to insert God into that. Why? Because you are delusional. That's why. Confuzzled and overwhelmed. Something like that. Dealing with you is, like, so annoyingly frustrating. Because you think that first you try to pull the burden of proof onto me. Which is dumb. And then I showed you why it was dumb in multiple different ways. And then you think that, there are problems with our understanding of how the Cambrian explosion could be a thing. You can't... There is gaps in our knowledge. Does not prove God in the fucking slightest. Please tell me you do not think that our gaps in our knowledge prove that your God exists. Unless you are willing to admit you are doing a, God of the Gaps fallacy. Rainbow. We evolved from sea bugs, as we should. Ooh. Proves you cannot claim with certainty that this was purely physical. It doesn't mean you can do the opposite. Doesn't mean you can do the opposite either. I could have won that there. This decimillipede is pissing me off. The evidence is in the cell structure, lipids, and proteins, and carbon structures are non-living things that are formed part of living organism. Precisely. Like, and we have found recently all of those. Why are you getting angry? Because you are annoying. We have had this same conversation so many times, and every time you try to do the same thing, and you're trying to say, oh, I gotcha. You don't. And you're saying, oh, I'm sticking with the evidence, and yet you put in the idea that your God of the Gaps works. Oh, you can't explain this? Guess then that means my thing then that means my thing is more correct. No, it fucking doesn't. He says in 70 years we haven't found reasons to think that abiogenesis could be a thing, and yet we have found the proteins in space. That's new. And in other places too. Like, all of the proteins needed to make life independent. Okay, we just need to cycle this. Ow. Or that. Coolant is good. Coolant is very nice. The 5th card you play each turn is free. Or 999 gold. Could go to 2 shops. That means I had to fight a lot too. That is 2 shops. Max HP. Shame. Aww. Feral. Feral... I like Feral. Especially since it's upgraded. Shadow Shield. Iteration. Iteration is... This has been removed. If I told you I was on Speed Island, would you believe me? No. No, I would not. Man, this shop sucks. Could take the iteration, but I don't really want to take the iteration. Like, I produce status through Turbo. And Boost Away. But I don't really... Do I need... I can take a little bit of card draw, but it's at the same time I don't need it. Send picks? Send picks of what? Oh, the Epstein Island. Still... I can take this and... pray, I guess, that the next shop is going to be better. Well, yeah. The shore, silly goose. I'm like, what? I do actually have pics. I sent them to the FBI. Alright. We have to take a lot of damage here, really? Ow. How unfortunate. Hologram is good. I like hologram. Make a cooking live. Preparing crumplets. You still want those crumpets, don't you? I want to try them, but made by the British. Fair enough. An iteration would have been good here. Maybe I should have taken that iteration. Not that it matters at this point. My deck is a little bit slow, but I can make it go faster. What is a dish there, you say? It's only Canadian. You won't find it anywhere else. I mean, poutine is the closest thing you can find to that. Synchronize. I want to take it. I gotta kill you first. Potatoes? No, poutine. Poutine. Hey, great to find you again. Just being. Oh, have a good one, glad to see you, Jackie. As a male hooker? Alright. I don't think that's the truth, so I don't really particularly care. I'm gonna keep it at about 40 with you. Looks good. Is it good? Yeah, it's great. And don't forget the cheese curds. Never forget the cheese curds. Should I eat it with a spoon or a fork? If you eat that thing with a if you eat that with a fork, with a spoon, I will personally come over to your country and kill you. Oh, Runic Master's awesome. It's like, I will personally come fight you. I'll build a basement. You cannot hide from me. I'm gonna take a darkness just to scale it up a bit. Oddly smooth stone, a little less energy. Give liquid memories. I'll give 100 gold. Lantern is very nice. Potion belt is a little less what I need, but it is what it is. I will upgrade this. Ooh, that was fun. I get so using buttery because I'm lazy enough to wash my hands after eating. Don't do this to my country. Also, this is gonna hurt. Ow. Although this dark orbs go pretty insane. If I draw, there are like 2 cards that I could draw that I win with, and I didn't get a single one of them. Delicious thing, wine, ice cream, bear, finger, good chocolate chip. Had to eat, consume it by myself. I usually do painting and make music. Would love to share it though. That's fair. Also, feck. What am I supposed to do here? Just take an absurd amount of damage? Ow. If I die here, I'm going to be very pissed. Well, I'm not dead. How do you deal with stress? Good question. I don't know, I just figure out what I can control and what I can't control. If I can't control it, then there's nothing I can do. For instance, do I live this? Yes, I do. Okay. Right? You can't control everything in this world, right? There's only so much you personally, as a person, can do about things, right? Do you like poetry? Yeah, I used to write a bunch of poetry. That cool. Can you share one of your poems? I wrote poetry too. Oh, goodness. No. No. Absolutely not. I usually write love poems, so no. No thanks. You can call me a coward, but no thanks. Do you like years? I love years. I bet you're cool. What? What years? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I mentioned you like yeets. Is that like a type? Is that a person? Is that a poet? William Butler Yeats? Probably. I don't know. I haven't read him specifically. Great poet? Fair enough. Okay. It's you. Let me win, please. No better time than now. I love poetry. Poetry's great. It's just, I'm like, I'm a coward, so it's just like... I think I win. Yeah. Guys, Ak Ascension 10 victory. Hell yeah. I win. Hell yeah. Alright. One with 200 or more gold. We spent more than 1,000 gold at the merchants, and we killed 3 or more elites. Fair enough. That was a good run. It was, like, the most classic defect run I have ever done. It felt like I was playing Slay the Spire 1. I think we're going to end stream here. We're ending stream here. For those of you on YouTube, I'm sorry to say, but the show is now over. But for those of you on Twitch, the show may not be over. The reason being is I've got D&D in 40 minutes, and I need to do some last-minute prep. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching the stream. Let's go find someone to raid. Saberith? Saberith is streaming? Alright, I'll look up William Butler Yeats. He does sound familiar. As always, thank you so much for watching the stream. Stay safe, sleep well, and do not let the bedbugs bite. And until next time, bye for now.
Leaving behind only buildings, bridges, machines. If you should awake to such a world tomorrow morning, what would you do? Where would you go?
Oh, God.